These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Global Azure Bulgaria 2022. Thank you for coming. And I would like first to say big thank you to all our partners supporting this event. We have very old relationships with all partners who support this event now, and I would like to give them opportunity to share some thoughts why these companies help this event and in general Azure community in Bulgaria and in the region. And because you know that Azure is also related to analytics, data, everything around data platform, we have very important partner who is actually related to beginning of data community in Bulgaria. Probably you can guess that I consider in spirit and Magi Naumova. Magi Naumova is the founder of SQL community in Bulgaria. And I'm very glad to have this opportunity, Magi, to talk about Global Azure and what exactly is related to in spirit and Global Azure and our great partnership. Magi?
Hi, thank you, Mikhail. That was so warm welcome you did. So, thank you for presenting me like that. Yes, I love the Bulgarian community, and I love being of help of data platform community in Bulgaria. Hi to the audience in Sofia. Здравейте. Hi to all the attendees who are online right now. Welcome to Global Azure Bulgaria. I'm joining from Oslo, Norway, where I currently live, and I'm happy to, even though I'm here, I'm happy to be able to help the community and join such events in Bulgaria. It's really great that part of Azure Global is a data track or data platform topic, because that's really critical for many companies nowadays. Being able to build good Microsoft data platform in Azure to place secure ingest, transform, and get the data insights out of the company data is one of the critical steps every company nowadays has to perform. InSpirit is a company which is on the market for more than 11 years in Bulgaria and more than 4 years in Norway. And I noticed that because Norway is basically the Azure store or cloud. We're all almost in the cloud here, so we have a data center here, and the Azure data platform is very much of a consideration for many companies here. So I believe I can help Bulgarian community in sharing experience of our project here in Norway and in the whole North Europe. I would say that one of the biggest achievements I'm proud of is that InSpirit Norge is company which stays behind the data engineering readiness of North Europe. So all the trainings of data engineering officially approved by Microsoft is performed by InSpirit, which basically gives us a really good option and opportunities to work with many customers in the Azure platform. So I'd say that recent years has been dedicated more or less on Azure data platform, so that our partners and customers that we work with, not only here but in Bulgaria primarily, can consider a safe route to the clouds for their data. So we build roadmaps for their data in the cloud, and one of the biggest projects actually we have is in Bulgaria with one of our biggest Bulgarian customers. So I believe I am able to share a lot with you guys today because Azure Purview is a 3 hours workshop that I'm starting in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. And this is actually the material that I'm going to share you, which we did with Microsoft here in Norway for presenting Azure Purview. So I believe today, you're going to see a lot of stuff on Azure Purview, and you will be able to understand the great picture behind data catalog and data governance Microsoft has in Azure. Thank you, Mikhail. I'm ready, and I'm really happy that I'm part of this event in Bulgaria. Enjoy the event, guys.
Thank you very much, Maggie. And we will continue with next partners, because here in Sofia Tech Park, we have also several companies with representatives. I would like to invite Georgi Gerginov, who is CEO of Angel. Angel supports all our events, and really it is one of the most trusted partners. So welcome, Georgi.
Want to stay here? Okay. So you asked the question why we're supporting the event. After the last 2 years, probably the common sense is to share it. Of course, it's a pleasure to be together here with colleagues from the tech society. That's for sure. And another major reason to be to support such events is the knowledge and all the technologies we are talking about, and not just to go a bit out of the politeness and the kind of sugar coating of the business guy. When I was thinking this morning about the agenda of the event, I was just recalling a huge customer we just started working with, and it was such vibrant that we're addressing here, and we'll be addressing today here quite hot and relevant topics. I'm talking about huge, probably the biggest US insurtech vendor. They are covering something like 16 out of the 18 top most insurers in US. And talking about them, what is the correlation in my head? Just imagine they're processing something like several terabytes per second from telematics. And today in the agenda, we have topics about IoT, we have topics about edge computing. I think Mikhail will be talking about also edge computing. It's super relevant. Furthermore, these guys are mentioning their competitive edge is into AI, fully into AI, talking about casualty analysis, talking about estimating of all kind of events, talking about predicting incidents and so on and so forth. So AI, and today the agenda, we see a lot of AI topics. And last but not least, the same guys having 100+ products in their portfolio, they're migrating nowadays, and we're helping them to do it, to Azure. So it sounds really relevant for me, for the company, for all of us to be here today and to discuss all these topics. And last but not least, of course, it's coming from my personal engineering curiosity, let's say, to be part of this kind of event. So thanks for having us. Thanks for inviting us to support such events. And thank you, Mikhail, for organizing all this.
Thank you, Georgi, and thanks to Angel. All of us know that Azure is a platform related to Microsoft, and Microsoft is the biggest software vendor worldwide. And at this event, I'm very happy that we have the multi-country region lead, Helin Dimchev, who represents Microsoft for a big part of Central Eastern Europe and Asia. So welcome, Kalin, and we are really glad that you are here at this event.
Thank you, Mikhail. Good morning, everyone. Really glad to be here. And big thank you to Mikhail and your team for organizing this event. Big thanks to all the supporters, but the biggest thanks, of course, goes to the community in Bulgaria, in the region and worldwide, which especially in Bulgaria, in the region, is big and continues to grow and support this platform, the customers and the partners that require your involvement, your skills, your work on different projects. I'm really happy to share the great things that are going with the platform. Of course, we as Microsoft continue to invest in new and exciting stuff. We just recently announced new partnerships, continuing partnerships, just to name a few, Elastic and Tavaya in different areas. And our main focus is the advanced services, the advanced stuff like data and AI, like security, which have shown, especially now in challenging times, we see what's happening around the world, and for our customers and partners in Ukraine, that this platform could be a critical infrastructure for their critical applications, for their critical data, and also for their business continuity in how to manage and how to keep their business running. Also, for us, it's very important the skilling in the certification part, because we believe that the more we do in this area together, more people will know what's happening and more people will be able to get the new and the latest trends and learnings on that. And as you all know, it's constantly improving, constantly adding new stuff. So we are happy that in Bulgaria, our certification and our skilling are really very big in terms of numbers, not only in Bulgaria, in the region, but Bulgaria is really excelling in that. And actually, we announced just recently 2 new initiatives which are linked to government, institution employees, and also to NGOs, for people who want to learn and get their skilling and certificates on. There will be in the next couple of weeks a program which will allow them to do this in Azure and get the free courses and certification. The same will be done for female learners who want to expand their Azure skills, and they will be able, not only in Bulgaria but in the region, to advance and certify on Azure. So great things. We continue our efforts to do more to support the community, and big thanks for doing all that today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kalin. Thanks to Microsoft for the support. And we will have here in person some of our partners. So if you come at Sofia Tech Park, you can collaborate with our partners from Commerzbank, from Anthill, from Scale Focus. So you're welcome to come or to watch the streaming, which is public worldwide. Thank you one time more and enjoy the conference.
Сега...
Едно. С Firefox ще работи ли?
Би трябвало да няма значение браузър, така че би трябвало да работи. Супер. Само ще ни презентацията и ще действаме по този начин.
Имаш ли сигнал вече?
Да, виждам и презентацията.
Okay.
Можеш да започваш.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Technical issues it happens sometimes. So I'm just going to try to speed it up because we're going to delay probably the next session. Well, these are our sponsors. One of the most important slides, even more important than the topic itself. But these companies are partners of ours, and we have been partnering with them for many years. And they're helping us making the event free for attendees, and it's advertising, recording, streaming, things like that. And it's all about being a community and knowing each other, other than and being together, not just the technical content. So companies help for that. The topic which I'm going to talk about is advanced natural language processing with Azure Language Studio and custom models. This is the thing which appeared in November 2021. And probably have read the summary of the session. So because of technical issues we're pressed by the time, I'm going to reorder stuff. A quick intro for me. My name is Julian Drev. I've been working as a developer for more than 20 years now. So that's my technical background. I'm a CTO of ICB Digital and solution architect at ICB. We recently got acquired by a very large Norwegian company, so some changes are going to happen, and we're quite enthusiastic. I've been Microsoft Azure MVP with interests mainly in the areas of IoT and machine learning integration. And let us assume that I have any spare time, which I try to use for self-development in the areas of evaluating projects for European programs like Horizon Europe, Innovation Fund Denmark, Research Innovation Cycles, and Eurostar's Eureka. The agenda for today probably is going to be dynamically tuned, but what is new in cognitive from core language, and it appeared in November 2021, and why is this important for me to mention here? The session is, I usually like sessions that are going really deep, but this one appeared important to me for the reason that we entered into collaboration with a company from Lithuania, and they're doing something quite strange. They're spending thousands of hundreds of euros developing something which Microsoft already had. So I was arguing, okay, why are you spending that amount of effort instead of going out with the business value with something now and you're going to work 2-3 years for something which already exists, just to have a somewhat 30% margin in the price, and you still don't know how well you're going to behave, how well your models are going to work. So that was my main motivation to get into this, because I personally had to argue with them on these topics. Not that I managed to change their mind, because they're already having a project, but at least sounds like a thing which is worth being known. Me personally, I'm quite happy that even if there is even a single person in the room, I would be quite enjoyable, because it's much more fun and interesting than sitting in a room in front of the monitor and speaking to, I don't know, some people that are looking at your session, skipping forward or backwards where you want that clear at the statements. So really enjoying that things are going to normal now. Because there is no time for usually for the takeaways when making a session, I decided to just start with that. So of course, setting up Language Studio, a link which you would be able to just click and follow the instructions. Links to tryouts, but one of the most important is the 5-step learning tutorial among more than 4,000 guides available at docsmicrosoft.com. It's a series of sessions, somewhat 40-50 minutes each, that will really tutor you through all the major things. And one other thing to have in mind is the form recognizer. We're not going to talk about that, but it's also a thing which is worth mentioning in the scene. So that is why I put it on the highlights on that screen. So, what is new in Azure Cognitive for language? What we see now as new and as preview features, these are called features of the service, is that Azure Cognitive for language, but everything else like text analytics, Q&A maker, these are called features. We have created in our platform where we have in APR, we're using the old LUIS AI. So here we have it migrated, or actually you have the option to migrate your projects from LUIS AI to here. Text analytics is about retrieving insights from unstructured text. By the way, with LUIS, you can build bots that are using this natural language understanding to help you interact with the end users, and after understanding the intent, which is the actions they want to achieve, so to program some code based on this. In our case, we're having a bot which is parsing the text using the LUIS AI services, and we're calling APIs. This is the way in which we are working. Q&A maker, we're going to have a demo. I'll move the demo instead of the end of the session to the middle because of the delay with the audio. And Q&A maker is to building knowledge bases from files, from URLs. We're using Q&A maker for building a bot which is helping someone to work easier with the online documentation which we have. And entity recognition is about the identification of key entities. So these are the main 4 groups of features, but the features are far more than that. What makes Cognitive for Language to stand out from what we see? First of all, Microsoft are the first to achieve human parity here, which means it's quite near. We're not arguing whether it is as a 30-year-old adult or it's having the ability of 18-year-old teenager. But you at least have the ability to achieve human-like interaction. It's globally available in multiple languages, and one of the most cool things is that you could train some of the models, for example, in English, and use them in Bulgarian, if you wish. It's really cool and saving you time. The deployment options are quite rich. You could use directly in Language Studio, which you would do for mostly for testing and for demonstration. You could have APIs and client hybrid, but you also could have Docker deployment, which could be attached and detached. Detached means even no network communication, nothing like that. But you need to contact Microsoft and ask how this could work for you and receive pricing for your case. The common scenarios where you could use the language is the bots which we mentioned, knowledge mining, like from documentation. There is a powerful Power Platform connector which you could use to automate your personal office with input coming from attachments and emails. Language Studio is still in preview. I like preview because usually you encounter things that you're not normally encountering, like if you start using, you see that some things are more difficult to be used than you may expect. But when you start using it and you see, okay, it was looking like this in preview, and they have done this as an improvement, and when there is a preview, you see that things are moving. Someone is investing. Someone is motivated to make it work. So I really like looking at previews. You could start a Language Studio by going to this link, languagecognitiveazure.com. But the most easier way is to start from Azure. Even if you start setting up the resource from the Language Studio itself, you encounter some problems or difficulties setting up, which you wouldn't encounter when starting from Azure. So it's worth knowing. Of course, I know it from experience. A couple of slides on that with screenshots afterwards. What's Language Studio? Briefly said, zero code visual environment. You don't have to write code. You don't need to have deep machine learning understanding. Of course, it's I like that joke and usually say whenever we talk about machine learning, what's the difference between AI and machine learning? I asked my old friend Nicky, who is in the back, about it. I don't know. The difference is that AI is on PowerPoint. So if you see AI on PowerPoint, you know. We have AIs in our TV, you have AI on your mobile phone, but none of us know how it works. But if it's on Python or R, then we're talking about an algorithm. We're having two types of features: pre-built features and custom features. The pre-built features are those which just work. You call the service and it's working, like it's classifying text, it's giving you some information about key entities. Key entities could be landmarks, could be famous people like Thomas Jefferson, could be Times Square. One of the cool things is that if you, based on the context, if you use times, it is clever enough to know whether we are talking about the paper New York Times or you're talking about the square. So it's really going deep into this. And we're talking here for version 2 and version 3 of some of the features. So there is a lot of improvement from what you may have seen from text analytics, which is the former name of cognitive services for language, a couple of years ago. What is the language features and deployment? These are two slides. Summarizing this information. So this is all the features that are only in, these are not all the cognitive services features, but only these that are related to language. And here to the right, you see which of them are having Docker deployment, and all of them have Studio. Not all of them have REST SDK, but some of them do not have Docker, as you may see. I've marked with an eye those that are still in preview. Some of them are pretty common, not common, but close to each other. Like named entity recognition, custom named entity recognition. It's just this is the pre-built, and this is the custom feature. Language detection. It may sound simple, but not that simple really. But it's about determining languages. Entity linking is. What is understanding what we're talking about as with the example with Times Square, and it is disambiguating by providing links to public not authorities but public databases like Wikipedia. It is working in a similar way with text analytics for health, where the external references are not to Wikipedia but to universal language. We'll see a couple of slides later, but it are some paid dictionaries for medical terms. Personal identifiable information is about identification of sensitive information like the address of people, phone numbers, names. It's also useful for that. Sentiment analysis, it was very interesting in the past when it first appeared, and it was able to give you some positive or negative input from the text which you provide. But now it goes even further with the opinion mining. So it's not only saying it is positive or negative, but it's saying the good thing in this restaurant was the pizza, and the beer was something which is negative. So not only disputing this overall positive versus negative, but you really could see and act afterwards on details. Key phrase extraction and text summarization is two features that are also similar. Key phrase extraction, okay, evaluates a structured text for list of key phrases and main points. Okay, but text summarization even allows you to generate summary. So from a large text, you could receive, you have the option to decide whether you want to see 2, 3 sentences that are summarizing the text. But it is also able to generate for yourself, for you, description, a summary of what is it. So it's even going to the next level. Conversational language understanding is understanding natural language, and it is in preview. It is one of the really new stuff. For example, name identity recognition is migration to here to language service. But some of these that are in preview are completely new. Question answering is for the bots for when you are building frequently asked questions. Features or functionality on site for manuals and documentation, and allowing the users to find this information faster and in more interactive way. And orchestration workflows allows you to build a pipeline of some of these services. Not all of these services could be included in the orchestration workflows, but Luis, conversational language understanding, question answering, could be included there. Pricing is, of course, always a part of the decision making. So it's not only the features, but pricing, and the pricing unit here is requests. It's not requests. It's for text records. Usually, you think of requests. I'm asking the service a couple of times, so probably I'm going to build on that basis. One text record is considered 1,000 characters, meaning that 500 characters is still one text record, and 2.5K characters is going to be 3 text records, but it's pretty normal. The pricing policy, unfortunately, it could not be seen from the back. I'm absolutely sure, but the idea is up to 500K text records. The price is 0.9 euro per 1,000. So this is for the sentiment analysis, for example. But if you go above 0.5 million, then the price is around 30% lower. There are commitment tiers. Like the standard commitment tier is 20% cheaper than these pay-as-you-go options here. There is connected Docker, which is 20% cheaper than the standard, and is connected to the container which we discussed in the very beginning of the session. It's about your case and the workload. One of the most important things here is that the preview services are not free. It is quite uncommon, but there are some free preview services like extractive summarization, conversational language understanding, but other like custom text classification are not. Here you pay 4.5 euro per 1,000 text records, and even when you use it from the portal, there is a warning at the top saying, please note that this may induce charges to your account. One of the resources which you need to be aware whether to turn on or off is the cognitive search. It is used for custom entity recognition, for example. It is required there, and it's on based on search units, and the price could go up to 7.5k euros. So you really need to see whether for your we always when install something, okay, I don't know whether I'm going to use it, but I don't want to be bothering myself with the setup. So just click everything. So have in mind that if you include the search cognitive search cost, it is the lowest for one unit is I think 211 euro per month. So especially if you're using these subscriptions which we have from Azure Enterprise, which are about 130 euro, it's going to be drained quite fast, and you need to check whether you really need it. In order to check your speed or rate of using, because here we mentioned everything is per text record. There is in the text analytics resource, you could check the usage with processed records, processed text records, or processed health text records, and see a chart. So you could monitor your billing with this. We mentioned about setting up Language Studio and the fact that there are a couple of challenges here. If you start from whenever you start from this link or from Azure, there is an error which will appear in most of the cases, which says that you're not having a registered resource provider. You just need to go and register this resource provider named Microsoft Cognitive Services. With Microsoft, we are used to have everything as simple as next, and it's just working fine enough. Sometimes things like this happen, so just have in mind, don't be thinking that okay, my subscription is broken or something has happened. Another thing is to mind whether you need to create when creating the language resource. There is also another error saying resource can require accept terms. This subscription cannot create text analytics until you agree responsible AI terms for this resource. Responsible AI is a, I would say, quite modern topic, and it's easy to go and accept it. But you wouldn't encounter this error if you start from the portal, because here you have the checkbox. Well, here you do not, and the checkbox is available in the portal. What is responsible AI? Responsible AI is for text analytics for health, text analytics, personal information, and for language. And yeah, you have to click this checkbox after reading these articles. But basically, only for health, it says things like basically do not use, carefully consider, or avoid. Like do not use for scenarios, this is for health, where there are conditions without human intervention for diagnosis, cure, mitigation of treatment, prevention of disease, or something else. Automatically granting or denying medical service without human intervention, use of personal health information without getting consent. You have to carefully consider when updating patient records without human intervention, or auto-billing without human intervention. Or avoid scenarios where you're harvesting, avoid for scenarios where harvesting personal information without some consent, or replacing personal information, or using personal information without this consent. Because these features are getting more and more powerful. This is something new. I don't know when this really appeared, but it's a new way of thinking. I remember when Google released their glasses. A guy from our sales and marketing department came with the brilliant idea. We can do a very cool feature. Imagine we're going to large events, and there are a lot of people out there. And yeah, it's quite uncomfortable saying, hi, who are you actually? We met with you, I don't remember. So imagine if these guys are telling you who is the person in front of you and telling you his name, his company, what you have previously discussed. So you're having this. Yeah, but Google explicitly deny in the terms that you could use the glasses for identification. You just go and read this. It is prohibited. You cannot use it for that. Oh, then what happens with these brilliant ideas? You really need to go and I'm going to switch to the demo quite prematurely, just because I hope that things could become a little bit more clear at this stage, because of the problems with the sound initially. This is probably going to be a better decision. So when you want to set it up, you just go here and search for language. You could create your new resource. From here, just create a new resource. I have actually 2 resources. By the way, for that one here, I was the stupid guy to enable the search, and my subscription was drained. So that is what I know from my experience that I have to turn it on when I really need to. So that is my second text analytics resource, which I created. If you want to monitor your usage, you go here to metrics, what we saw earlier here. Oops. Once again here. And we go and select the metrics type for test text records. Okay, once again going here in the overview. The easiest thing is to click here to go to the language studio instead of remembering the link, because I could even be sleeping and entering portal.azure.com. I usually start my workday from here, looking at usage of some subscriptions or some errors or registered IoT devices, etc. So an easier way to start with language studio preview is from there, from that link here from the text analytics resource. Here I have a couple of already. I'm going to zoom here a lot more. These are all the features, and they're really a lot. And there is tens of articles and a couple of videos for each. We really don't have the ability to go through all of this, but just trust me, they work. I wouldn't say excellent, but really fine. Booking reviews is a classification model which I created. Let us say with a lot of drag and drop and tagging. I wouldn't say that tagging is having quite a nice experience here, but okay. How did we get to this page? When you want to train a model, one of the key things is to get data for training. One of my challenges, not challenges, but things I'm always looking as an expert for the European programs, is that people are really speaking for, we're going to use AI for this, AI for that, and when I don't see how they're going to obtain data, how they're going to address issues like improving the performance of their models, it's always lost score on the implementation and the innovation there. It's like saying that you're going to build something to attract some investment, but yeah, we'll decide whether it is feasible afterwards. Not like that. And so Kaggle is a good place to start with training data, which is a thing which I did, and what I got from there. So here, that one is going to work. Here, view details. I downloaded the CSV with reviews from Booking.com. You know, there usually are some positive and some negative ones. But in order to make the training, I need to have files. So how are you making files? Do I have it opened? Okay, I have it opened. I don't need to, because it's a large file. This is basically what is in the CSV. So I use these columns here, the negative and the positive, but I need files at the end. So one good thing to get these files is I created new Excel files, and because I'm still a developer, I could create a Visual Basic script, which we're going to introduce, like here, introduce a module. The Visual Basic script, you could find similar scripts like that one online, but it always opens on the other monitor. What it does is that it is traversing through through a column of my Excel file and storing the files in a folder somewhere. You could change the location, but they are numbered like 123.txt because txt is the format with which these models could work. So this is the easy way to start building. In order to build a meaningful model, you need the training data. If you aren't there and you need to experiment, this is a good way to start from Kaggle. Get the CSV, copy the columns for some feedback. Use the Visual Basic script to export it to files, and then go into to upload the files to the service. So this is the part which you're missing. I decided to put we're uploading this into a blob, and when uploading to a blob, I decided to put a folder so that I know this is my tagging, showing me that it was a negative comment, and I want it to tag it to negative afterwards. So there is unfortunately quite difficult way of tagging. You could go and add class very easily, but you could tag page by page. So I can just, when I select here, I'm just selecting this particular page and nothing is selected on the other pages. So I uploaded 1,000 files, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. And I would really love afterwards, after, I don't know, a couple of months when I see that it's not in preview, it's generally available, to see some more clever way of tagging here, because it was really, I would say, painful. Like, I think I could use, I could have better use of my time. So this is about tagging and some feedback what isn't nice enough. The next thing is to train the model. I have a couple of trained ones. The training happens quite fast, I would say, within 15, 20, 30 minutes for a few thousand of files based on these commands. In viewing model details, we see the performance of the models. These are very typical precision recall and F1 are very typical performance indicators for the performance of the models or how they behave. And you also have a confusion matrix, which is saying this one was predicted negative and it was really tagged as negative. So the diagonal is everything which is okay, and here you see the deviations or misclassifications during testing. Precision recall, I'm having a slide about that, and I'm going to just switch to it for a while. You see, there's a lot of yeah, it's that one. The important thing with precision recall is true positives. We're with true positives plus false positives. So we see that if you have a lot of false positives, this is what is expensive and is making your precision lower. And with recall, it's false negatives. And F1 score, you could consider it something which is not averaging, but balancing between precision and recall. And the important thing is here that the confusion matrix, it is based on the test set, which during training you are available. You have this option available to say I have 20%. I want 20% to be used for testing after the training. And of course, if there is a problem, you have to find if something is misclassified and deambiguated in some way, like adding extra text similar to that one, which is classified in the appropriate way. So going back to the original slide here and to the demonstration too. Second. Nope, it's not that one. Oh, it's that one. The next interesting thing is you could improve your model if you have something misclassified here. Another thing is to deploy the model. Deployment is performed in Azure API management, but not in your subscription, but the subscription of the service itself. So you're selecting the model, and this get prediction URL is giving you a sample request, and the prediction URL. Here is what is interesting here. Imagine I want to call that one, so I copy it. I'm having a REST client, and I think it is that one. Okay. To avoid making some live JSON edits, I have a sample request which is derived from that one here. It is derived from. You see here from the request, you see that because it's curl, you're having some slashes. Also, there is some information you need to fill in here, like your document or language. And what you see here is that you're adding a header, which is your subscription, and it's saying that you're sending content of type JSON, and the verb is post. So if you want to mimic this here, you set the verb as post. And I'm having this, inserting these headers. I'm having them among my favorite headers. And we're going to make a request and send. Okay, 202 accepted. Where's my response? It took me a couple of minutes to figure that out, because you know, when you're in a rush and not reading the documentation, as you know, it's said that 3 days of fixing bugs are saving 3 hours of reading the specification. So it was nearly the same. The point is to go to the response and note that there is an operation location. So you're having a correlation key from which you could get your response. So you're making a GET request to this address. With the same headers in order to get this response. And we're going to beautify it. Oh, I'm not having this anywhere. JSON viewer or I'm using that one quite often. And here you could have a better look of the JSON itself and how was it classified. So the important stuff here is to just remind that you're making a request, receiving 202 HTTP, if everything is okay, and afterwards you need to go and to retrieve. And here on retrieve, there is some further information telling you more about that. Of course, I forgot that I have to remove this header about application JSON, but when making a GET request, but it's not a problem at all. This is about the deployment. Testing the model, you could test the model from here as everything else, but when you test the model, you are receiving a notification that this may incur some additional costs. Going back to the language studio and the intent recognition, Q&A bot is another interesting thing. We on our platform are having our documentation like here, docs.keep.cloud. I'm not going to make any advertisement of it or so, but basically online documentation with search capabilities. What you could do is, if you already have this documentation, wait a second, did I open anything? Manage resources, yeah, here it is. So we could add resources from URLs. So I populated this from copying the URLs from this documentation, which was really fast. You could upload up to 10 at a single time. And currently extracting, you could do this with files, with PDF files, for example. But retrieval of images is not possible from files for now. It is to be supported at some point, but really not now. So because of the images, it's better if you have it published online somewhere to start from there. Similarly, we can with a single click deploy the knowledge base, but custom question answering and deploy the knowledge base. You could create a bot by clicking it here, making the deployment. The prediction URL is similar behavior as what we saw. Reviewing suggestions is if there is something misclassified. And it's more important and fun to go here with to see what are the question pairs. So I have 113 pages generated only by specifying 3-4 times URLs from our online documentation. Which online documentation, if transferred to a doc file, it's about 600 pages of doc files. So we could go and test it here, and I'm going to write a question. Let me see whether I need to zoom it a bit. How to register new sensor? It's really helping you with some text, with some images on that, or how to register a gateway. Cloud gateway, connectors, different adapters, Azure Cloud, recovery, and the images returned from the help. What is the gateway, etc. So this is what you could achieve with Q&A. Oops. The last one I'm going to show you, and afterwards I will continue about 10 more minutes with the presentation. I just need to. I zoomed too much here. So going to the language studio. Here is health. Yeah, extract health information. There is tried out. Here's a couple of. There are a couple of sentences here as example, like short prescription, patient report. Here is a patient report which was automatically inserted. I acknowledge that running this demo will incur usage and may incur costs to my Azure resource. This is about the warning which we had earlier. I am not going to use it, but I was really impressed by what it does. Here you see tagging of entities like date, time. This diagnosis could be referred to the external database with. There was a switch for that, I think. So this diagnosis could be looked up in such external database, and all of these databases are paid. So you need, if you need to make this your own solution, you have to pay for access for these databases to have disambiguation of the terms. You see relations that angina appeared past several months. Relations about time of execution. Here is another diagnosis tag. Family is another relation. Some diagnosis about coronary artery disease. So it's really something quite impressive, but it's not in my domain where I'm working. But probably it even I think there is last year sometime some people create, but it's you need to ask for access to the solution. It's about it was about analysis of COVID. I haven't heard of really what the value is, but it was impressive that they used a lot of knowledge out there to create something for to automatically process statistics from COVID disease. So this is what you could see in a glimpse what language for health could do for you. But once again, as far as me, my team, we're working mostly in IoT and machine learning. This was, I don't know, a wow, but I'm not going to use that person. But it's worth seeing where cognitive for language has reached. Okay, so quite quickly, text analysis for health, we just saw it, sentiment analysis and opinion mining. 15 languages are supported in sentiment analysis and 7 languages for opinion mining. And as we mentioned, the difference with, that pointer, with opinion mining, you not only see what is positive or negative, you have inputs like the food, which is the target, is very good, which is the sentiment, and you have this relation, and you could automatically process feedbacks and search for things related to food. And if someone may not like a place because it's noisy, and this is the reason why he's giving such a kind of negative comment, but you're interested in good food and nice atmosphere. If you're wondering why I'm putting pictures on the images, it's just because I get lost in those 30 slides of presentation if I don't have images. So this way I know where am I currently. The key phase extraction and summarization. The important thing here is 10 languages are supported on the summarization, which is the automatic abstractive part, generating new text. And the extraction supports 30 languages. And this is version 2 improved compared to the previous generation of the service. The named entity recognition is supporting 23 languages. There are new categories compared to before and the previous. If you're wondering what named entities are, we mentioned about this. It's people like important people. Imagine important people like Jonathan Asuf or Donald Trump. Or even them being arguable people in the history. But custom named entity recognition, you could use it to distinguish people in your company, in your domain. So this is the difference between the two models. Like probably no one knows who Evelyn is, but if we train a model for my company, then most likely it is expected at least to work. Asynchronous API, let me just see, we started late. I'm going to take no more than 5 more minutes from your precious time. Asynchronous API is allowing you to run up to 125K characters per request. Usually it is the sync API allows you 5,000, so it's a lot more. And for the cognitive for health allows 30,000. This one is implemented to optimize throughput, not latency, so response may be a little bit slower. But it also allows you to back multiple operations in single request, and of course you are paying for each of the features which you are calling. It's having a partial support. It doesn't support the synchronous API. Does not support all of the features. Some important considerations here are that the pre-configured features, there is the limit is 1,000 requests for the standard tier, or for a standard 0 tier, it is 100 requests per second. This is the pre-configured features. And with the custom features, it's a lot more different. Like it's 20 requests per minute, which is a lot less. And with custom named entity recognition, it's some limits about the file size, like 128K characters. Conversational language understanding is limited to 60 requests per minute. Q&A supports these types of files. This is tab separated values, 10 megabytes limit, PDFs, text files. For my training model, which I demonstrated earlier, I'm using text files, and there I would say 2, 3, 4, 5K. It's just text, but you see it could just imagine 10 megabytes of pure text. It's really a lot. So the max question for Q&A is 1,000 characters, and the max answer which you receive is limited to 25K. With the advanced and custom, conversational language understanding supports 90 languages. It's backward compatible, 90 plus, it's about 93, 95, I don't remember exactly. Most of the training time is within 5 to 60 minutes. But the thing I like most is this natively multilingual. We're out of time, but if I go to the model and I'm going to test it with not with the English text, but with the Bulgarian, it is also going to work pretty well. So this is the feature I like most here, that you could train it in English because you could easily find the database. Okay, as far as something is easy to start with, I know how to start and make something and improve it later. It really works for me. So I go find the training dataset in English. I can then use it for Norwegian, for Polish, for Bulgarian, for whatever, depending on my proof of concept and the scope which I want to build. And hooray, I'm having a proof of concept which I could show a couple of investors. Of course, I'm going to tune a little bit the words I'm going to use so that it gives relatively good content and response. Question and answering, the important thing here is that there are two versions which you're deploying, a test and published. So you could have your question and answer, you could have both test and published versions. And when you're developing the test, the published still is working. More than 90 languages are supported here. And with Q&A, it's having pre-built capability and custom capability. I showed you earlier a demo with the custom capability. Custom text classification. This was the first demo which we saw. The workflow is that you're defining a schema, tagging, training model, then view the details so that you decide to make a kind of an improvement. You're making improvement by adding new documents and tagging them, or if there's some ambiguation, if you're removing them from the training, then you could very easily deploy. And the deployment options, once again, are Docker and Language Studio. And finally, this is the work which we want to do, is to classify text. The classification could be a single label classification or multiple label. This means a single article could belong to, if it could be classified as both scientific article and article with personal information, then it's a kind of a multiple label, like scientific article, but for Albert Einstein, for example. It's not like a scientific article for power generator of some kind. Custom named entity recognition, it's pretty similar. You see that the workflow is the same. 90 languages against, again, multilingual by nature. And we went through this slide very quickly during the demo. If you spend really 2-3 days in the machine learning area and classification, you will become accustomed to precision recall and F1 quite easily, and understand more how it appears and what is a good one and what is a bad one. A part of the problem is if you're having a data set which is not symmetric but evenly distributed. Like tossing a coin is evenly distributed. You have 50% chance that something is classified in this class or in that class. But if you're having a minority data set, then it's very difficult, very different the approach here, because just imagine you're having an accuracy and you increase the number of positive cases, and you say, is this going to break or is this going to fail? And you say no, because the majority of cases doesn't fail. It's not benefiting your algorithm in any way. It's not doing anything as a good job. But just by adding more cases of true, you're making your accuracy higher, and obviously it isn't the way it works. So once you start working in the area with machine learning, this is one of the basic things which you need to know about classification. And we went through the demo, and it was a rush. But yeah, let us say that we're at the end. thank you for joining. Really appreciate it, and I would really enjoy questions because lunch is afterwards. The next speaker isn't still in the room, so I will enjoy your feedback
It's
and
him.
questions.
He is in the room.
So, then I wouldn't want to take more of your precious time, and I get to know you in person, so it's a good time. Yeah, this is a good thing of having meetings in person. Okay, while I'm leaving my space, if you have feedback and questions, I will enjoy it. And thanks.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Well, is it loud and clear or? Hello, my name is Dimitri Alenkov. For me, it's a pleasure to participate today in the Global Azure Bulgaria event. So I would like to thank to the sponsors. And today I'm going to present for you the topic automated testing of Azure Data Factory pipelines. What is the agenda? A few words about me. What is the idea behind the solution? A brief overview of the solution's components, how the solution works, some room for improvements, and the last slide is references to solution. A few words about me. I'm a senior engineer with more than 15 years of experience of operational IT service. Currently, I'm participating as a technical DevOps team lead at Scale Focus. I'm trying to collaborate, learn, share, and across my colleagues in the team and the whole company. So in the past few years, I'm working on cloud adoption projects, mostly related to Azure as a provider. Also, I'm participating in initiatives to help teams or companies to adopt DevOps culture. That means to integrate practices and tools like Azure DevOps services to achieve high performance, building better products faster for greater customer satisfaction. So in my professional journey, I was able to certify in different Microsoft areas like MCTS, MCSA, MCSE, and so on. And for a few years, I was part of the MCT program as well. Let's move forward. What is the idea behind the solution? Together with the team, we are trying to incorporate a test automation solution as part of the continuous delivery over a data platform that provides processes. This approach would enable us to easily deploy a working predictable end-to-end solution, which includes, for example, Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Data Factory with verified extract, copy, transform, load data pipe. What we achieved so far, we were able to integrate a CI/CD solution that leverages Azure DevOps and PyTest for Data Factory pipeline unit testing. Why the above is a benefit for us? So, automatically retesting all the ADF pipelines before prod deployment give us some protection against regression faults. Also, this approach would enable us to easily deploy a working, predictable end-to-end solution, which includes, for example, we are certain, what is the benefits for us? We are certain that the created solution still works after multiple team members made changes to different parts of the solution. For example, changes in the database stored procedures, tables, views, combined with Azure Data Factory pipeline changes and also in the setup of the Azure pipelines. Let's talk about the solutions components. On first place, we are using Azure DevOps Services, and we can plan smarter, collaborate better, and ship faster with a set of modern dev services. The platform gives us the power to implement a stable continuous delivery process with features like Azure bots, Azure repos, Azure pipelines, and more. Next, this is the infrastructure as a software approach, which is provided with Pulumi. Pulumi gives us the option, we can program the cloud and bridge the dev and ops divide with cloud engineering. And also we can build, deploy, and manage modern cloud applications and infrastructure as a software written in general purpose languages, including the application logic, cloud infrastructure, and cloud policies. The actual testing, for the actual testing, we are using PyTest. And this is a framework which makes it easy to write small and readable tests. During the execution of the CI/CD process, we can run both ADF pipelines with PyTest and propagate test results to the test tab in Azure DevOps to be verified prior to deploying in the production environment the ADF instance. For the actual data processing, we are using Azure Data Factory, which is a hybrid data integration service that enables us to quickly and efficiently create automated data pipelines. So we can do many things in ADF. The most important is that we can copy and we can transform data. Both tasks can be automated and scheduled. Sorry. So to be able to make the whole ecosystem regarding this automation approach, we're also using a target and a source points. And for that, we are using Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, which is a set of capabilities dedicated to big data analytics. It provides file system semantics, file level security, and scale. Because these capabilities are built on blob storage, we also get low-cost tiered storage with high availability disaster recovery capabilities. We use the ADLS to provide a source and target point configuration in the ADF pipelines regarding the transformation of stored files in a blob container. In our case, for the demo, a CSV file was imported during the CI/CD process. Also, we are using Azure SQL database, which I believe most of you know that it's a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions, such as upgrading, patching, backups, and monitoring without user involvement. We are using the Azure SQL DB to provide the source and target point configuration in the ADF pipeline regarding the transformation of database components. In our case, for the demo, a backpack file was imported during the CI/CD process, and after that, provided to the ADF pipelines to provide a kind of data flow. Sorry. So, how the solution works? It's kind of deep dive session here where I'm going to show you as a demo behind the scene. But firstly, let's describe the important phases. Firstly, we have a setup of Azure DevOps CI/CD process to make tests repeatable. Next, we're provisioning a package as an artifact solution folders in the first build step of the Azure pipeline dedicated for the deployment of the whole related components. And here, it's important to mention that we need to combine configurations from two branches which are situated in one repo. Of the branches, it's called ADF Publish, and there are stored the OADF ARM templates, which will deploy the needed configurations in the ADF. And the other one is a main branch, where actually we stored all of the needed structure and configurations, which will be related for the deployment of the whole ecosystem, like Azure services, data, files, PyTest scripts, and so on. Next, there is a deployment of the whole solution into two stages. One is non-prod and a prod, defined in the Azure pipeline. After the deployment of the non-prod components, there is a step where actually we are going to create unit tests based on PyTest scripts, start over the deployed ADF pipelines related to the target and sources provided with ADLS and Azure SQL DB, which are triggered as well in parallel. And if everything is okay, there is the next step is a manual verification confirmation step. And if the tests are good and we are satisfied, the finalizing phase of the deployment flow will provisioning an ADF instance in prod stage. So I will leave this here, and I will go now to the You're not able to see my screen for now, but now I believe you're going to do so. Okay. So here I'm going to show what is going on in the Azure DevOps Services platform. So we have this is the project where we have our structure into a branch in the Azure repos in branches. As I mentioned, we have a main one, which actually structure all of the needed infrastructure as a software configurations. We have another one, which is called ADF Publish, where the ARM templates, which are related for the deployment of the ADF configuration, are stored. It's a typical way how to move configurations between environments regarding ADF instances. And we have a pipelines features, which actually deployed the whole solution and incorporated everything which is needed for the automation testing. So here I'm going to run this pipeline now. And until we're waiting all the services to be deployed and to have output of the tests, I'm going to describe a bit deeper behind the scene what is going on in the code, which provided all of these things. As I mentioned, the Azure pipeline is actually, the phases there are separated into 3 stages. First one will create the solution folder artifact. The next one will actually do the actual running of the automation unit tests, and those will deploy the non-prod environment. And afterwards, we'll upload the PyTest scripts, the PyTest results. And in the third stage, there is as I said, this confirmation step, which will, if I'm satisfied because I will be the notifier here, I can confirm, and after that, the ADF production instance will be deployed. All right, everything will be deployed here in the Azure subscription, which I have in a dedicated resource group. Okay. So for now, the solution will be deployed. Let's just verify something, because I'm not sure that, sorry. Did I share the proper screen or no? Just a second. Sorry. Is it okay? Sorry for the interruption. Some technical issues here. So during we're waiting for the deployment of the automation of the whole solution, I'm going to show actually what is going here in the code which we're using for regarding to deploy the whole automation test solution. So this is the main branch where in the first folder, which is called infra, actually we're using this component which I mentioned, infrastructure as a software approach provided with Pulumi. So the important thing here is just to define the runtime which we're using, and in our case this is Python. Also we have the capabilities to separate environment per configuration file called stack. In our case, we're going to use these two files, and it's a typical YAML configuration which provides some needed hyper environment, and also Pulumi also gives us the option to encrypt all sensitive data. This is a built-in functionality there, and with that we don't need to use some kind of external third-party source or vaults for that. And the main file actually is where we are going to describe all the needed configurations which we are going to use to deploy the resources in Azure. It's a typical structure for a Python file where we use a provided library from Pulumi, and this is Pulumi Azure Native, which includes all the needed configuration and functionalities. Also, we are able to use typical development options like to make decisions and so on. And for our case, we're getting the stack or the environment. After that, down to the logic. Here, as you see, we are able to instantiate objects and in typical way, and to provide in the class constructor the needed attributes which are related to deploy the whole configurations. Of course, on first place, we're deploying Azure Resource Group. Also, we created a typical Python variables which are related to the configs which we described in the stack files. After that, we are starting to deploy all the resources, and on first place, we are creating an Azure Data Factory. And the important thing is here that we assigned a system assigned managed identity. And this is why, because we need to have a way to authenticate the ADF with all target endpoints. In our case, this is ADOS and Azure SQL DB. And also, we would like to leverage the functionality which is provided by Azure with managed identities, not to use additional passwords or configurations which are stored in vaults. Created after that, we're creating an Azure SQL Server DB admin security group. This is important because we would like also to leverage the functionality of Azure AD only authentication enabled, and to provide the local admins via resource security group created and assigned to the SQL Server. Also, because we need to have a local admin or a SQL admin, which after that will provide some permissions into the PyTest scripts files for the ADF managed identity. We do so when we are adding the ADO service principle, which is related actually to communicate between Azure DevOps services and Azure. We added those SPN as a SQL admin. Also, the next thing is actually to create the Azure SQL Server, as I mentioned, with Azure AD only authentication enabled. Also to add it as a login, as a SQL login, the resource group, the AD security group, which I've mentioned above. For the SQL Server, also we use the managed identity, which is a system assigned. We need, based on the Microsoft documentation, we need to do them we need to do some configuration regarding to the AD roles which need to be assigned to this SQL Server Managed Identity object. Also, regarding to provide authentication in the linked services which are created in the ADF, we are creating a row assignments. And as I mentioned, everything is a typical approach to develop a kind of application, which is really interesting. After that, here maybe it's important to mention that we created, for sake of security, of course, we created an Azure SQL firewall rule, which enabled all Azure trusted services to be able to communicate with the SQL server and database, but also because we have some configurations inside the PyTest scripts, we need to create additional firewall rule, which will allow the build agent IP address of the Azure DevOps Services build agent IP address. And after that, we are creating Azure SQL database with needed configurations. We are creating the data lake storage account. Here, we create the blob containers. Also, next is that we need to upload the data which will be consumed after that into the data flow, which is described in the ADF instance. So for that, we are creating two blobs which actually provided that data. We need to have also a way how to communicate and actually to authenticate with what is the state of the ADF pipeline, which is doing the data flow for the SQL DB. And here, firstly we need to create a Azure post endpoint request, which actually will trigger the pipeline. And the first test will actually verify if the status code is 200, which means that the pipeline is able to run. Next is we would like to check if the pipeline is able to succeed it, and there's no timeouts. And the final test actually, it will check if the data flow which is configured in the ADF instance will do what is needed, what is stated there. And for that here, as I mentioned previously when I described the Pumi code, because we need Sorry, but there were some connectivity issues here, and yeah. All right. I can just see that the deployment actually finished of the non-prod environment, and also the tests are propagated. I will come back after that to the PyTest scripts. But for now, I would like just to show you that after the automation tests are they're finished, we have a way to verify what are the published results for these tests. So in the Run Explorer provided by IDO, you can just see here that our test, because actually this is created for the demo, and they passed, but it's not always the same thing which will happen during a real deployments and real provisioning of ADF. So we can go deeper. We can see that both tests are finished, and also we can see. Sorry, we need to wait a bit. Yeah, I mean that if something is not as we expected here, we can just create a bug for that and proceed further with the process how to prepare the things better. So next, I mentioned that there is a manual validation step which is waiting for me. I reviewed the test, so also I have this one, this notification in my email. I can go there also and check. It takes more than I expected. All right. Anyhow, I'm going to approve from here the results. When I approve and confirm, the deployment will proceed further, and will deploy the verified ADF instance in production environment. So what I was explaining here was that the last part of the PyTest script will actually verify what the data flow which is configured in the ADF instance, and for that it will actually, in our case, check whether the table orders aggregated, which is an example, was created and does not contain null values in the comment columns. What is going on with the test which is created and run over the ADOS data flow? So it's the same one in the beginning. We need to create this post request. And also, I forgot that we need a bearer token for that. And we use another script here, which is also part of the continuous delivery and from the Azure pipeline, where we are using Python Azure SDK, and also with the provided packages there, we are able to use the configuration which will provide for us JWT tokens, which after that we provided in the pipeline flow. All right. Again, the same flow for the testing of the pipelines. We are checking the status code if it's 200. After that, we're checking if the pipeline is able to succeed it. There's no timeouts, and we verified if the data flow actually is the output is the output would be as the configurations which are specified in the ADF pipelines. So here in our case, we are just checking whether this file can be found in the created file system of the ADOS Gen 2, which is the container specified for that. Also, we check whether the PHI sensitive data was removed from the file. All right, let's move and see all of these things which I explained, how they're looks like into into the Azure pipeline YAML file. As I mentioned, we have two branches. One is the main one in which we are now, and it's actually store all of these configurations. And also we have the ADF publish branch where the ADF ARM templates are situated. That's why we need to add this branch also. And after that, we prepare the folder structure, which means that we need to create a package as a drop package, which after that will be provided down to the flow of the pipeline. After that is a stage which is actually related to the non-prod deployment. In our case, let's say UAT, where we use Pulumi framework to deploy the whole services. And we need to extract some important data from there, which will be after that pass it as Azure pipeline variables downside to the flow. Okay. After that, we deploy the ADF dependencies and ARM templates. The ARM templates actually will create the ADF needed configuration. I'm going to show this configuration after that as a more user-friendly way into the Azure portal, not just to show some JSON files, which actually are the ARM templates. Next is the deployment of the ARM templates over the ADF instance in non-prod. After that, we import the backpack file, which we need to, for example, to provide some database with data. We run the PyTest scripts. And as I mentioned, firstly, we need to get the the JWT access tokens for Azure. And also here in the script, we created Azure pipeline variables, which will provide these tokens after that down to the flow of the pipeline. After that, here, this is the job where we run the PyTest scripts in parallel over the ADF instance and publish the test results. As I showed before, into the ADO portal, there is a manual validation step, which actually has it is alive for 1 day. It will send an email to me, in this case for the demo. And when I confirm it, as I showed you, then the additional flow will proceed, which is actually to deploy the production ADF instance with verified ARM templates after that. Okay, so this is the code which stays behind the whole solution. As we see here, the deployment succeeded. And I would like to go a bit here into the dedicated resource group, which actually has all of the created services and the ADF instances. Everything is deployed as you expected. The automation testing succeeded without any issues. And I would like to show you actually how the ADF configuration looks like. Of course, this is a specific pattern for this demo, but you can use a lot of different approaches, how to provision a data flow, data sets, and so on, and to configure interesting data ops models. Let's wait a bit for that. Okay, this is our ADF non-prod instance. So we created linked services. Here, as I mentioned, we use the ADF managed identity to authenticate with our target and sources. We created the pipelines, 2 pipelines for all of our needs, one for the ADOS and one for the SQL DB. Also, we created the needed data sets and the data flows, where actually we describe what should be provided as a data transformation. In the monitor, we can verify that both pipelines were triggered from the automation which is incorporated in the continuous delivery process. Sorry. And here we can just go deeper, verify each stage if we need some additional information. And yeah, pretty much that's it. There are a lot of details regarding the data factor and so on, but this is just some brief overview. So pretty much this is regarding the demo. And now let's proceed a bit further here with some additional details. Right. So always there is a room for improvements for dedicated solutions. In our case, it's some kind of plan for the next iteration to adding the unit testing infrastructure approach in the PUMI code configuration as an additional quality gate, which means to use the PUMI Python's unit test framework there. Also, I think maybe it's a good idea for us to do evaluation if it's valuable to incorporate the whole solution as an infrastructure as a software application built on PUMI framework, because there's such powerful capabilities to do so. Important also is to extend the automation with integration functional tests, and for that we can use ADF, PyTest ADF, which is a PyTest plugin for writing Azure Data Factory integration tests. It's a light wrapper around the Azure Data Factory Python SDK. And last but not least, yeah, we need to leveraging the environments release feature in Azure DevOps, which means to have more control over the whole continuous delivery process, to have better quality gates, and to be able to confirm the whole automation flow one more time. And yeah, that's it. So last, I had some references here. This is the sources of ideas which we used, and mostly the first blog post written by Rene Bremer is for us was really important to understand and to incorporate the automation. All of others also gives good ideas about the automation tests, the ADF details, and so on. And there are some additional information about how PUM is working, PyTest ADF, and also samples which are actually related to some integration test suite for ADF with PyTest framework, and also to do some modern data warehouse data projects. Pretty much that's it. For me, it was a pleasure to be here and to share with you all of these things. And if there are some questions, I'm open to discuss them. Yep. Yeah. No. So which one you mean, for the ADF instance or for the whole ecosystem, for the whole services? So for everything, it's separated. Yeah, I actually use VS Code remote containers capabilities in VS Code, and PUMI provide a predefined Docker image, which I can use, and in this way I can share with the team members the whole environment really easy. And after that, I use PUMI as a framework with provide packages for me, and everything is right down here in the VS Code here. And after that, it's prepared for deployment into the Azure DevOps services. It's provided there into the Azure pipelines, which I've showed to you. So the interesting thing here is that PUMI as a framework, but not also PUMI. I mean, this is a kind of framework you can use other approaches, but PUMI gives you the option to use just a programming high-level language. You can use Python, you can use C Sharp, you can use Go, and so on. And this is the power here, I mean, for me, because you can use in the IDE also a debugging capabilities like typical way to debug because in other frameworks it's a bit when you write infrastructure as a code, let's say, in other frameworks, the debug it's a bit difficult. Use it like a typical way to debug your code. All right. Also, Pulumi gives the. It's not a kind of advertisement. I mean, this is. This is for us. But it provides. That's why I added this bullet there that we would like to see if we are able to incorporate the whole solution into Pulumi as an application, and also in Pulumi we describe the whole ADF configuration. I mean, the ARM templates can be prepared there like additional resource. Yeah. We can use also custom components, which means to use OOP, I mean abstractions, encapsulation, and so on, into just all the resources like which is good, I think. Yeah. Any other questions from the audience here or online? Okay. If that's it, I can just thank you for the participation and happy afternoon.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Now, probably, now we, okay. Yeah, sorry, we had a case with the sound. I will repeat again. This session is about Azure IoT Edge, but we will talk not only on IoT. We will talk about concepts and some specifics related to IoT Edge framework. So we are going ahead, and first, thanks again to our partners. Our partners are very important to have this event and to have, of course, many other events related to IoT industry and especially Microsoft Azure. We will talk about analytics workloads. We will talk more about what we have as analytics and why exactly this part is related to Azure IoT Edge. We have high-level agenda where we will talk about Edge analytics. We will talk about relation between IoT and Edge analytics. We will go a little bit deeper into Azure IoT Edge and different options to manage this framework, to deploy applications, how we can use different models, also AI models related to Azure machine learning, cognitive services, and custom models. This is the concept. I will not spend time about myself, just probably most of you know me like organizer of Global Azure Bulgaria. So if some of you receive some reminders about next events, probably this can be also related to me. Well, let's go to Edge Analytics. Edge Analytics is concept which has several different phases historically. In the beginning of IT industry, we had everything on the edge. After that, we had several phases where we moved remote in different data centers in the cloud. What is possible as analytics capabilities. After that, we came back to edge computing. And meanwhile, there were many different phases in between. Probably the first well-known sample related to edge computing is familiar for you in slightly different way. I mean, this is content delivery network. Content delivery network is also a specific type of edge computing. Why? Because you need to have additional computing capabilities to deliver static content in different regions. And you have, even for CDN, several different layers with different servers to be possible to implement such kind of concept. Later, it happened that most of solutions went to the cloud, but CDN stay, of course, actual because of the static content. Nearly 10 years ago, companies like Cisco offered some approaches in between where we have fog computing, we have similar to CDN, several layers of servers, and you can have the best from both sides. From one side, in the edge, good response and what is needed to be processed on site, and of course, remote capabilities. 16 years ago, AWS was the first announced public cloud, and in this time, everything was moved slightly to the remote part. But after several years, we are going back. We are going back because we need to solve specific cases. And regarding to this, we will talk about most important factors: privacy, latency, reliability. About the privacy in several aspects. If you have some restrictions regarding to personal data, regarding to corporate requirements, regarding to regional requirements, you need to keep this data in specific place. This can be in specific site or in a region, doesn't matter. But edge computing allows to keep huge part of the data also on site in specific region or place, because you have no need actually to move this data for processing. There are statistics. I will not spend your time with this statistic, but there are statistics 80% of data which is generated is not needed long-term to stay in remote place. And huge part of this 80% is transported to remote data centers, to the cloud, mostly for some analysis which are in short-term important. But it is possible to make this analysis also, or big part of this analysis, on site. Latency. Latency is very important in the context that when we have a solution where you need emergency response, your physical limitations are actually very clear, and you cannot go below these limitations now with the current technology if you have all your analytics capabilities remote. You need to have transportation time from your location where you generate data to some remote data centers and to get this result from this analysis back. For specific cases, for example, fraud detection, predictive analysis for production lines, for example, it is something which is not feasible quite often. For other specific use cases, controlling emergency systems of different vehicles or specific machines related to aerospace, of course, again, you need to have some capabilities which are on site. We will talk about different cases, but of course, we have not time to explain in details everything, so we will go ahead with other specific benefits. Reliability. Reliability is mostly related to the case that if you have only remote analytics, remote data processing, you always depend on connectivity. Yes, connectivity stays better, but this doesn't mean that connectivity is always perfect. And you can see it even at some conference events and when you are using internet connection even from your home or office. So reliability can be ensured if for important critical workloads you have option also to make these workloads on site. That's related again to edge computing. We have this balance between some analytics in the cloud and some analytics on the edge. The most important here is to see what is possible, good practices, and how to do that. When we have some popular solutions, for example, home automation, most of commercial popular home automation solutions offer components, let's go on the next schema, where these components directly are connected to the cloud from some vendor. Everything can be fine if you have solution where you have no critical load. For example, for your home, you have solution where you control your lights and some other things. But if you have huge load for some other scenarios, it could be also a case. Even for home automation, if you have solutions where you have integrated components, I mean, if home automation is done in advance, usually you will see scenario where these components, these devices, smart meters, whatever, are connected to specific other edge resources on board. Why? Because of many reasons. For example, usually cloud solutions communicate with different devices with specific protocols. If you have a case where each devices are connected directly to the cloud, that means you are limited to specific number of devices. For example, modern devices, if you have some existing infrastructure, even with smart devices, it could be a problem. You need to make something additional. So just explaining popular cases. And one important thing is that usually edge devices, except just data processing, have another important functionality to take decisions about specific cases, which workloads and which data to be processed on the cloud and which data to be processed on site, because it is possible, and in many modern solutions it is absolutely realistic to have processing on both sides. Not always this logic is fixed. It is possible to have balance between processing on the cloud and processing on the edge, also regarding to flexible logic which we have on the edge device. So when we have edge architecture, as I already explained, we can have many edge devices directly connected, but more often we have so-named edge gateway or field gateway, where other devices communicate via this device to the backend. We will see in specific cases for Azure IoT Edge why this design is more important. When we talk about Microsoft Azure IoT, I will try to not make marketing message. There are different IoT solutions, but for Microsoft Azure, we have more components where you can use some functionalities without much configuration and additional integration. So the idea for modern IoT solutions is, if it is possible, to have the same or very similar developer experience when you have the things on the cloud and when you have the similar functionalities or similar services on the edge. And this is one of the things which we will consider later in this presentation. When we talk about workloads on the edge, we have additional specifics which can be changed quite dramatically. For example, reduce the bandwidth. Reduce the bandwidth was very important till the moment when 5G stay really accessible from almost all regions. Now, for example, we have again some details related to price and connectivity, but in general, now bandwidth is much less critical. We can have this in many different options, even related to mobile operators. We can have different aggregations, and usually, not only for IoT, but for many solutions, modern solutions, we are transferring data to the backend after some aggregations. When it is needed to have some raw data in specific case, yes, it will be transported from the edge to the backend with some specifics. You have minimal structure. This structure is optimized to have minimal transport resources, and on the backend you have enrichment of this data to make this data readable. This is something which, in general, of course, still is good practice, because even with better connectivity, it is good to optimize these data. Many people in different conferences asked me, is it possible to have some metrics, some KPIs when it's needed regarding to the amount of data to consider edge computing. Doesn't matter edge analytics or in the context of IoT. It is difficult to be considered because now we can easily and cheaper to transport really bigger amount of data than in the past. If in the past something which is related to 100 gigabytes per month can be considered like reasonable limitation. Now it is something which can be changed because connectivity is much better on different levels. We have scenarios where we can easily manage logic on the edge. For example, complex event processing. Complex event processing is probably something familiar for you, but I will try to explain. Complex event processing means if you have events generated from different sources and you need to have common data streaming and common logic where based on these events generated from different sources actually to make the overall processing pipe. And in this case, for example, it is much easier to manage this on the device side because you directly can have different sources. Otherwise, you will need to have consideration of data structure which will be sent to the backend. It is not a stopper, just explaining that it could be simpler. We can have many different applications which is not needed to work remotely, and of course offline support. Usually we have nowadays, even for connected solutions, some SLA where these solutions can work up to several hours without connectivity. I will go ahead and just will mention 2-3 things. I always say that response is near to real time. Near to real time because you always have some latency. Even on the same location, but again, you have some latency. So regarding to your requirements, it is something which is more or less important for critical solutions. Now, I would like to discuss a few more things related to trends in Azure IoT and in general for devices. We have trend for low power connectivity. Low power connectivity because it is quite tricky. If you have processing on the edge, that means you need computing. This computing requires resources. These resources, of course, related to energy, need to have some supply. So if you need to have some self-sufficient devices for a long timeline somewhere, you need to consider this. It is quite difficult, but not like hard limitation to have low power consuming devices with edge capabilities. Analytics. More and more analytics are done on the edge. What I mean, now you have related to AI and data transformation, much more things which easier can be done also on the edge. For example, camera for image recognition. If you are going to your door and camera analyze this picture, well, you know that this is related to not small also amount of data, and if you can realize these like edge solution, it is much better. I will go ahead because I see that I'm explaining probably too much details. There are many popular edge solutions. Several are quite competitive, like Microsoft Azure IoT Edge, AWS IoT Green Grass, and there are some specific vertical solutions like solutions for PTC. When we talk about Microsoft Azure IoT Edge, this is a platform for management, deployment, management, and monitoring of edge applications. It is not IoT now. The name IoT is coming from initial main cases related to IoT solutions, but it is definitely not IoT in general. It is edge analytics, and you can use it for different solutions. Anything which needs to be analyzed on the edge, and in modern solutions, you have applications for edge devices in a very similar way, like for mobile phones. When you have mobile phone, you have many solutions where you deploy application, and this application communicate with backend service. So the same concept is for edge devices, and Microsoft IoT Edge and some other platforms also offer this generalized approach in the same platform to deploy edge module which will communicate with backend service, and you can have this end-to-end flow with distributed load on the edge and on the backend on the same platform. I'm not sure how many of you are experienced with Azure IoT Edge on hands-on level. To know how much in details to go. Well, Azure IoT Edge framework has 4 main parts. Well, we can say yes, exactly 4. We have Edge runtime. Edge runtime is actually the framework which is needed to run models. This framework is based on Mobi. Probably some of you are familiar with Mobi. It is lightweight subsystem Docker compatible. It is not the whole Docker framework, and you can create Docker compatible containers and to manage these containers using this Mobi framework, but you have no need to know in details Mobi framework. Just you are working on the higher level using SDK for IoT Edge in Azure. Edge models. Edge model, you can imagine like model or application. It could be part of application, but when it can be encapsulated in container. All these models communicate only via Edge framework. So you have no need to have specific logic for security, for communication. All these things are actually already done. And also for monitoring and running of these applications, we have one specific model, Edge agent. This Edge agent is from one side model, but it is essential part of the whole framework, and it is tightly related to the runtime. Additionally, we have Edge Hub. Edge Hub is, as probably, at least for these many people heard, limited version of IoT Hub, and you can have communication Edge Hub, IoT Hub. Here we have, of course, one specific for Edge Hub. The main benefit is when you communicate with IoT Hub. If you need to have different cloud gateway service, you need to consider probably also different approach, because you are losing this benefit from out-of-the-box connection. And we have IoT Edge Cloud Interface. What means IoT Edge Cloud Interface? I will show you a little bit later. From one side, in Azure Management Portal, to be possible, IoT Edge devices for IoT Hub with user-friendly interface to manage everything. It is possible to do it also with PowerShell and Bash. I mean that SDK, of course, is exposed. And because you know that behind the stage for Azure services, we have RESTful interfaces, service with RESTful interfaces. It is something which you can also manage using different SDKs related to Azure IoT. So it is absolutely available for different options for automation. So IoT is in the middle between Azure IoT and device. I mean Azure IoT. And here integration is very tight, specific. In the first versions of Azure IoT Edge, we had native online connection because IoT Edge did some smart decisions to distribute the load. Now it is more flexible, and Azure IoT Edge can work absolutely offline. It is something which is not limitation from our side. Let's go into this schema. I'm trying to go ahead to have enough time also for demonstrations and to finish on time. When we have IoT Edge framework, models which are deployed, as I mentioned, communicate only with specific endpoints in the Edge framework. You have Edge Hub. Edge framework has these options to allow routing, and the Edge Hub, this communication is easily provided to the backend and IoT Hub. Edge Hub allows or supports two protocols, MQTT and MQP. HTTP is not supported, but for most of cases, it is more than enough to have everything. If you need to translate protocol, we have specific solutions and we can explain details. All these functionalities to manage communication between models and backend, security, because for edge devices, we have, and not only for edge, for devices in general, we have protected storage, we have specifics related to security for devices outside of this presentation. If you have questions, of course, we can discuss it, but it is something which also is integrated in the framework models to access this protected storage for IoT devices via this Edge framework. Cloud interface allows from one side to deploy, restart, configure existing Microsoft Azure services. It is possible to use third-party services like services available in marketplace, or to deploy custom owned models. We will discuss this a little bit later. Here probably is good to add some details. When we have devices which communicate via Edge Hub, we have also different scenarios. Edge Hub allows configuration where it is possible your devices to be visible for cloud interface. And if you have devices supported the same protocols and naming, it is pretty easy. If you need to change the names, because in the edge part or the local area part, your devices need to have different naming conventions, it is again absolutely doable. If you need to change the protocol, it is doable, but it is more tricky. Why it is more tricky? Because if you change the protocol with not supported protocol, you need to have different approach for deployment and management for the live devices, and you will see only gateway devices on the backend. This is something which, of course, depends on specific requirements for your solution. You can enforce these changes if it is paid as features regarding the inconvenience to not be possible to manage everything out of the box. For most of popular IoT services, you already have edge modules. For example, you have edge module for stream analytics, you have module for blob storage. For Azure SQL also is possible. More and more Azure services are available as modules for Azure IoT Edge. And again, the idea is, okay, you need to have this functionality. You already know how to work with this functionality in Azure. Well, let's make it in the same way or pretty similar when you need to do it on the edge. Even if you try stream analytics has one common configuration, and just you are configuring where this service to be deployed on the edge or on the cloud. So let's go into this schema. I already explained some details, but again, probably it's good to have clarifications. Edge runtime ensures work of modules. That means it is not only Mobi framework, you have additional functionalities, but Mobi framework is one essential part of what Edge runtime supports. The module which always need to be started is IoT Edge Agent. Why? Because without Azure IoT Edge Agent, it is not possible to manage other models. So always you need to have such kind of agent. When you deploy new device, if you have not very specific configuration, by default, both will be running IoT Edge Hub and IoT Edge Agent. You can make your configuration to have, for example, only agent from the framework, and of course, you can selectively add other devices, other models, sorry. When we need to have translation of the protocols, it is possible to be done on the gateway level, and it is possible to be done as additional service in front of IoT Hub. In most of cases, it is more efficient to not to put it on the cloud, because if you put it on the cloud, that means you will be not able actually to manage edge devices from the backend, even your edge device. But if it is on the edge, you can at least be able to manage via edge devices the whole infrastructure. So Edge Agent has specific configurations. We will not go into detail, just if you need to have different policies for your services, you need to configure Edge Agent. One important thing related to modules is that modules simplify the general deployment approach if you have different specifics and different regulations in different regions. What I mean, if you need to support different features for different regions, it is, from my experience, it is absolutely clear for automotive. For example, in automotive industry, they have some limitations in some regions. It is possible to use or not to use some functionalities regarding to country limitations and some other things. You can make these like modules with different configurations, which you just deploy. If you have one unique model for all different regions, but you have these cases, you are increasing the complexity because you need to have all this logic in your model. You more often will have bugs or vulnerabilities. And from this point of view, really, container instances can be done with the same configuration, and images inside for specific region can be done easier. Here, we have no need to think about specifics in the deployment related to Azure models, of course, but if we have custom models, we need to have container repository, and we can add in cloud interface this container repository. The most important, probably, additionally to all these already discussed points, is simplified development process. We already discussed for all other advantages when we have edge computing. We can, depending on the case, reduce the cost, increase security, increase SLA, and some other things, but simplify development process. Because if you have common framework, it is the same like if you have a platform for mobile phones. You just need to make models there. And this is the most important, which I would like to share here. Now, few more specific things about Edge IoT and samples. For stream analytics, I already explained that this is one good example where you make absolutely the same experience for people who are using interfaces for configuration and just deploy stream analytics on the edge or on the backend. And when you deploy it on the edge, it uses some backend functionalities additionally, but it can work without continuous connection. So it is absolutely without additional learning curve. There are some limitations regarding to stream analytics jobs, which continuously are improved regarding to partitioning and some other things. I will not go into details. Usually, not only stream analytics, but usually when we have such kind of platform, it is easy to have images running to different platforms. So you can have images with almost the same effort for Linux devices and Windows devices, and for RISC machines, if you have some models, and also for x86-64 machines. I will go in the next slides. Quite often, we can have also case where we have edge scenarios, but edge scenarios can be also in two different ways. Edge scenario where you have fully functional service on the edge, or if you need to have some proxy. Sometimes you can have also need to have just proxy regarding to some specifics, data transformation, security, and some other things. So you can make model which is also like a proxy. Why I added here cognitive services? Because for cognitive services you can have both scenarios. Usually, if you deploy some model related to AI capabilities around cognitive services, you deploy this model, but you need to configure endpoint and credentials for already deployed on the backend service. So it is typical proxy approach. You will see it in the samples, so probably no need to provide some additional information. When we have machine learning on the edge, when we talk about machine learning, we consider usually deployed machine learning models, not machine learning in general. Machine learning models regarding to Azure machine learning. For Azure IoT Edge, it is relatively easy to make such kind of model deployed in the model for Azure IoT Edge and to redeploy this model. Of course, it is not absolutely out of the box. You need to pass this flow, but it is relatively easy. I think that no need to go into use cases on the slide. I will go directly into demo part. So I'm stopping now. Slides and will duplicate. I will duplicate my screen. Because it will be more convenient for human. So let's go now to Azure Management Portal. Well, I have target to demonstrate sample where I will show you virtualize edge device. Well, it is a virtual machine with deployed edge framework. There are some specifics. I will not put the whole process because it takes time, but we'll give you some insights. We'll show you how to manage models and can also add several steps to have end-to-end scenario. For example, edge device with some simulator to represent in some component related to visualization, like Power BI, for example, some data. So first, when you need to use edge devices, if we go into IoT Hub, edge devices, as probably you know, are in separate section, not together with other devices. You can add these devices manually or to provision it automatically using IoT Hub device provisioning service. If you need to use IoT Hub device provisioning service, it is absolutely the same. Just if you have command line interface, you need to add one parameter that this is edge device. But in general, the developer experience is absolutely the same. Thank you for this point. We need to share again updated screen. Okay, I will do this and apologize for the inconvenience. So when we go to specific device, you can see different sensors, different models. They can be related to sensors or something different. To manage models, from one side, you can see status for the running models directly, and you can restart specific model, including also the most important, like edge agent. In the moment, you see, of course, that edge agent is this model. Here we have two different models. simulated temperature sensor. It is a model which I think I added from Marketplace, and another model which is related to this experience with cognitive services and proxy approach. Edge model sentiment analysis. You probably know about sentiment analysis like part of cognitive services, and this is just proxy-like model which is used for this purpose. Well, when you have such kind of model, we have model twin, and model twin as device twin is very important for configuration. What is good is that you can, again, for model twins, like for device twins, access this data from the backend. You are able to see what is configuration. You can enforce new desired properties, and you can embed, you can update, sorry, the configuration of your models in this approach in scale, and also with scheduling in specific timelines. So for automation, it is pretty convenient. And you have for model twin, of course, you have devices, but you have also models and specific things related to properties where you can add additional properties specific for your model. What additionally is good to know, I will go, of course, to the process, but I'm trying just to explain some details. It is possible also here to test, to see the behavior sending directly, for example, direct methods to execute some code to your devices. So you have these options out of the box in reality. When you go into models, you can see that for these models, you have also configuration in this way. But again, model twin direct methods are things which you can manage additionally. Set models. Set models is the place where you can add models, remove models. Here you see not main models, main two models related to Edge Agent and IoT and Edge Hub. You have this additional agents which you can, additional models which you can change. You can add also different models. If you want to add something from Marketplace, here you can make something, for example, you can have key phrase extraction or anything related to such kind of general functionalities around cognitive analysis. You have in the Marketplace many other options, but it is also possible to have directly deploy of image which is somewhere available in a repository. So if you have such kind of image, custom image in a repository, you can add settings here, endpoint, and you can deploy it. Of course, you need to add model name and some other things. Stream analytics is a little bit more specific. That's the reason to have this analytic model here. I will have not time to make everything, but just will explain several things. and we'll show you how to manage devices, some other things, and we need to make smaller, I think. Global Azure, something like this. You have standard things. I will not even go into detail. And here you have such kind of options. Cloud or on the edge. If it is on the edge, you have no partitioning support, but it is not expected on edge device to have such kind of huge load to solve some cases with partitioning, of course. And you can create it. Again, now we have no time for this. Let's go into options for deployment. I will share another screen. Why? Because just to see, yes. Now I will share it. Because I would like to recommend if you start to use image. One of the most difficult parts when you start to play with Azure IoT Edge is how to start with appropriate setup. To not spend much time, to not need to learn a lot, just to have your first experimental setup. You have several options also to in documentation, how to deploy your models and some other things. But options which are step by step, in general, requires a lot of effort. You have no need to do this. Even in real life, deployment of some preset image is something which is done also for real devices. So start from here. You can make these things, and when you have your deployment, I will go back to Azure Edge here. So you can connect to your device. To be possible to connect your device, I have already one virtual machine here. Okay. Usually, you need to check the address, and you can connect with SSH, for example. SSH. Let's see. But mistake in the password. Yes, the password is sometimes too secure to remember it from the first time. Let's try now. Yeah. Well, usually if we need to have such kind of things, probably we need to make it more carefully. Yes. So here we already have configured this model, which is for simulated sensors, and this model can be started, for example. I'm just showing this is a simple simulated device. We generate some data because we have simplified. What we have in our solution, we have, give me a second, I will even do it. Here in the same place. We can make this data transformed from example from stream analytics. I have already prepared some setup where you have input. For input, it is pretty easy to add if you want new stream input from several sources. I already added such kind of input. Depending on your logic, you can have transformation or just to make, like in this example, a transfer of data. And we have also direct output to Power BI. We have already set configuration here. And at the end, we can see the data in Power BI. Something for which I will need to have the final change of sharing. I will do this probably now. Let's just see. I will do it the entire screen because I'm using several different solutions. So we have in Power BI already added in one of our workspaces output, which is created. This output is data set, and we can generate report. In this report, we can add different components for representation. Let's see. Now, is this the same? Okay, if we have now this screen, I will do it in this way. Now it should work. Yeah. So the idea is that you can add information about your events, and you can manage it and make end-to-end solution. I will not spend more time because we are after the schedule. Thank you very much for attendance. If you have any questions related to IoT Edge, Edge Analytics, Azure IoT Edge, and everything around this presentation, please contact me after the session, online or offline, and we can discuss. Thank you very much, and enjoy the last session with Andrei Bachvarov.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Another 2 minutes. Okay. I'm very hopeful we have more audience in the vitamin B bar for the beers. Okay. Can you hear me? Through the microphone? Okay. In a second. Okay. Okay, maybe let's just start. Should I start from the stream?
The stream is on.
You have to start me. Okay. Ready to go? Okay. Okay. Well, hello everyone. Name is Andre. Most of you know me. I've been very, very happy and privileged to be part of the Global Azure events under the guidance of Mikhail Matev, and to be among all the colleagues today who are contributing. Very happy to be in the little club of companies that are supporting those events. Some of those companies are supporting that for years. And yeah, I'm happy to bring a little bit of, how to call it, not so deeply technical expertise. You know that I'm PhD in computer science, but I'm more business oriented. So what I'm trying to do is try to take advantage of the latest and greatest and see how to apply those to real business cases. I'm here also as a representative of Anthill, where I want to make a note. We're particularly privileged to be part of this community and support those events here and so hopefully international. I normally talk a lot about AI and digital twinning with specific cases in machine vision and machine learning. One of our latest projects that we're now funding and trying to develop is in the field of, it's the cross-section of genetics and artificial intelligence. So anything we call life sciences, and the purpose of that is hopefully human longevity. So one of the things we're trying to tackle, being in Bulgaria, is create enough understanding of how to apply what the latest and greatest in the development of also tools and platforms like Azure, and how to apply it to the existing challenges connected to specific pharmaceutical use cases. Basically, what we're trying to do, there are two major trends globally. One is obviously machine learning and artificial intelligence. So there is a lot published on that. But what is interesting, the latest advance in the development of artificial intelligence and the increased ease of tools, which is one of the main philosophies of Microsoft, like low code, no code. Nowadays, using tools like recently developed tools like AI Builder, for example, you don't need to be a data scientist to be able to construct some models. But what we're going to talk will be the combination of genetics and epigenetics. And this is a field that is basically taking a huge speed lately. And we'll talk a little bit about epigenetics. Well, everybody kind of know what's genetics, and which was made popular by the Human Genome Project, which, by the way, ended not that far ago. But we're now trying to concentrate on what is actually genetics. Pardon for the small font. So basically, the term genetics is an old one. It was defined in the 40s. It's basically the study of genetics where, in the field of genetics, of all the cellular, physiological, phenotypic trait variations that are caused by external factors, such as environment, such as food, such as stress, can be behavioral, can be anything, and how it affects what's already coded in the DNA. My mouse not here, but okay. So basically, the point is that the DNA is the hardware, but until recently, the influence of genes was thought to be fixed, set. So the effects of whatever unfortunate disease happen, basically is something that you may have in your genes. What we now know is that the effects of external environment, it was a mystery but what we now know is that it can external factors. So this is the term epigenetics, which is called external genetics, can influence what sits in your genes. So basically, one of the examples is like, why would we have, let's say, identical twins, and one of them gets sick, the other doesn't get sick when they have identical genome, and why, and basically how those, the genotype, age, lifestyle factors such as like diet, like alcohol, environment, climate, can basically influence what the things that are already hardwired in your code. So there are multiple studies that are happening right now, because the Human Genome Project basically took 10 years and billions of dollars to be able to understand why do we have the color of eyes, why do we have the specific body structure, why do we have specific predisposition. Now, by the way, what took billions of dollars basically takes $200, and you can take it in 3 days. You can have your DNA sequenced, so you can basically understand what builds you. What we now understand, what's not very clear, is the multitude of factors that basically affect something that can sit in your DNA. The process called DNA methylation, I was explaining that in some previous lectures. The point is that you may have something, say, bad in the DNA. It's not very clear what will switch this thing on, and the factors can be super multiple, like even like financial status, right? It can cause to stress, which can cause specific release of hormones. It can be toxins. It can be anything that basically can directly influence not the DNA sequencing. You can't alter that unless it's like some radiation mutation, but how it was gonna express itself. Okay, so again, as explained, something that we have from our parents doesn't necessarily needs to happen, and basically the external factors, as already mentioned, can be really multiple. So the study of epigenetics has one particular problem, because the factors first are super diverse. Second, they cannot be immediately compared one-on-one, and this is where the help of AI comes to hand. And this is critical for us to unlock specific value that we can use in medicine. Our project is called EPICS. So basically what we're trying to do, we're trying to understand what is the combination of those external factors, and we're trying to simulate it in silico, in digital environment, before it's brought to humans. One particular thing that relates back to our major interest in artificial intelligence, which is digital twinning, is the ability with existing tools to create a digital twin of a drug, a medicine. And we're also, we found out there are multiple databases of online genetic sets, which we can basically take, and creating digital twins of people and digital twins of drugs. We can basically simulate in a safe environment what can potentially happen to them with some degree of accuracy. So I'm going to explain on how we do that, and basically what the challenges are, and where Azure sits in the whole equation. Before I continue, what I wanted to emphasize is that this cross section of AI and this, 70 years old study of epigenetics as science became possible only recently. So we can claim that it's been in the late 2000s when AI started to bring specific value that we can now call really tangible. Before that, it was just concept. People were exploring that. So that basically is a little overview of how those things basically intersect. The pink ones is the genetic research, and the blue ones is the AI research. So lately, the exponential improvements in AI and the ability to tackle various data sources, plus ability to tackle them with unprecedentedly more powerful processing power, basically brings us here, where we can now simulate with high probability, with high accuracy, what basically can happen if a new drug is being developed. So the most important milestones, which we're trying to basically understand, is that now we finally have a lot of digital data, which also connects to a lot of the use of a lot of AI, IoT devices, a lot of sensors, and the ability to now safely and cheaply to exchange huge data sets. Basically, again, the point is we see two phases. First phase, which we try to do, is basically create digital twins of drugs and digital twins of people, and basically see what happens. Our target doing that is to approach the clinical research outsourcing companies, accelerating the phase of the preclinical trial. And I'll give you some indications. So if you want to find this magical molecule, which basically will make the pharmaceutical company big, you'll be surprised how many molecules you have to discard before you reach a set of 5 to 10. So the point is, what we discovered in this process, there's multiple databases on basically DNA databases. So called about digital twins of people. We have now safely about 50,000 digital people, which we can address. There's a problem there, which one of the problems for those of you who've been trying to work in the field is this racial bias, because data is only available for white people, unfortunately. Why? Because places like Zurich, they collect a lot of data because people are able to afford that, and they have the means, the tools, the software, and the environment to store that. Like, for example, this is one of the problems that we see. So basically what we're trying is think of two phases. Phase number one, digital twinning, digital twin of drug, digital twin of person, and try to accelerate the preclinical trial. Our vision, which we are hopeful that Microsoft is sharing, because also talk about them, what they do in the field, is that we will be able to create in silico, which means digital, new prescriptions that will be personalized. This is the role of the epigenetics. What we found out, there are multiple databases that contain DNA profiles of people, but there are almost no databases now in the world that contains epigenetic information, because it's also not very clear what data source you need to research. And one of the ideas that we have is actually using a laboratory to add epigenetic data to the samples we collect. So we're trying to tackle specific diseases or groups of diseases, depending on our addressable market. So one of the things we're trying to tackle are oncology diseases. So basically, we know that cancer can develop if epigenetic changes go wrong, that can affect two types of basically genes, oncogenes or tumor suppressor genes. And what's important to understand in the kind of treatment we are trying to design using AI is that unlike chemotherapy, radiation, epigenetic treatments, they don't kill bad cells. What they do is they trying to inhibit specific enzymes or proteins from the term is expressing themselves. So basically, if you have predisposition for a certain cancer, which by the way you can find paying $200 and basically getting a blood sample and sending it to a laboratory, you can also do it in Bulgaria. So they can tell you that you may have a predisposition for certain diseases. And surprisingly, I only know like 50 people who've done it. I'm about to do it myself and still haven't done it. So basically, the idea is that if you know what basically can affect a specific disease from happening, and which is not very clear, for example, if we take a specific type of cancer that happens in a lot of southern countries called melanoma, the skin cancer, it's kind of known that if you are overexposed to the sun, which is also true, by the way, a lot of people don't realize it when they go to a solarium, that the exposure that they get in the solarium can quickly become exponentially hazardous, which I found, basically through research. If you go to a solarium, like every plus 1 minute increases like chances for cancer dramatically But what we don't know is that it might be not the only reason. And this is what we're trying to capture. So basically, first we get generic data sets, we get generic pills. What we're trying to do, though, is figure out a way in the preclinical trial, right on the left, how to take this information, then how to take your DNA and how to create a specific set of medicines that is fit for you personally. And before you try them, basically try them in silico digitally to see what will be the effect, or at least take some approximation. So here is an interesting data. If you see on the lower left, normally a pharmaceutical company, when they try to invent a new drug, they try to analyze 10 to 15,000 different components. It can be chemical components, can be chemical. No, this is so. What basically happens is they only for the clinical trial, because of the complications, because it's on people, because there is some compliance, they can only test 5 to 8. And the interesting thing is that so you can imagine the multi-billion of pharmaceutical companies. It eats almost 10% of their revenue of the clinical research company. It eats about 10% of the cost or revenue, more revenue, to do the preclinical trial, and it can take up to 5 years. So what we're looking at with that approach, we're hopeful to be able to bring it down potentially to 2 months. So you can imagine the huge savings. Plus, the other important thing is that we're hopeful first to de-risk the clinical trial, so something bad happening to people. And the third thing is, so imagine those 15,000 compounds are a big stack of hay, right? So we're trying to find the 5 needles that will do the work. And still, it's not very clear if they do the work, because at the end, we're trying to find this one molecule that will actually work for the government. And the success rate is surprisingly very low on this. So they have multiple projects, so they just spend billions on that. And what we're trying to do is basically concentrate on the preclinical stage. So in silico, we're trying now, this is our phase 1, to see what tools may apply to bring us there. The thing is, it's not only the tools. We have this internal joke. So here, if we have different components, like chemical components, I also joke that here we are also now through the epigenetics research, we're also looking for magical components, like wing of a bat or something, right? Something very, very exotic, because we don't know. We have the now using modern tools, especially Azure services. We have a Node Y Azure. We're also able to run multiple simulations and basically save a lot of money. So this is basically our current thing. So again, as said, the most important thing is speed and cost. Again, increasing chances of success. So 15,000 to 5 to 1 is a pretty dramatic leap of faith, like shooting the moon. Hopeful that it will work. And also, we're trying to de-risk the drug effects on people during the clinical trial stage on this one. Okay, so basically, way it works, we're hopeful that utilizing current tools and also access to available current databases, we'll be able to quickly identify useful drug compounds from those tens of thousands of candidates. And by digital twinning, we can also provide an actionable insight which compounds are worth looking at, because we're also trying to kind of create digital twins for some of the most used compounds and see what their interaction is. And again, I was surprised that in the last 5 years, the development of those and publicly accessible databases is quite absurd. Basically, we claim that from 5 years should take to 1 to 2 years, but there is a startup I found. They claim it can be done even in 2 months. And this is jumping a little bit in advance. This is basically relates to how do you utilize cloud computing, right? And how basically, if you want to build a supercomputer fast, all you need is money now, and connectivity. Then the risking is an important thing. Why it's important thing? Because the business of the clinical research companies is actually an HR business. You need to find people, you need to find doctors, and you need to find enough desperate people to try a new drug on. And utilizing AI and providing some measurable data, it also, we found out, helps calm them down and actually show them kind of a more scientific way of how to, why they should onboard this specific example. So it kind of the trial looks less dangerous. So success rates, as mentioned, 90% of clinical trials fail, which was quite a big factor. So and 80% of those is because of side effects or high risk. Right now, the high risk is something, you test 1,000 patients, 50 die, so you need to stop immediately and just abandon all the years of preclinical, clinical trials, and all the research. So the point is that if we go back to trying to find those compounds that have a higher probability of success, we can kind of rearrange them and in silico run a lot of experiments, at least to improve this less than 10% chance rate, right? If we improve it like 15%, it's already a huge win. And, it's literally relates to billions of dollars. So again, those projects, like phase 1, the pink one, we're trying to, now get into partnership, collect and structure clinical research data. Some of it's structured, some of it's not structured. It's a very, very cumbersome process when it comes to compliance. A lot of things are on paper because this is a law that was like 20 years ago. So we're also trying to optimize that. And basically, we're trying to create our models of to collect the data and basically bring back the results I just shared. In this process, we're also trying to find a way how to collect epigenetic data. Some of it is easy, some of it is not. Like we can connect to like mobile phones of patients, we can connect geospatial data, we can collect like meteorological data, we can collect some sensor data, we can even collect some, blood, urine, whatever data, and try to look at that epigenetically. Because this is one of the advantages is that still nobody is basically utilizing. So right now, we're hopeful that during phase 1, we'll be able to de-risk the clinical trials. We'll figure out a way how to add this epigenetic layer, because this is the kind of data again that's still not existing, at least publicly. So the combined tests, we're also, we're moving to phase 2, where we also will try to create a platform that will enable people to supply their personalized data compared against the generic data we already have. And applying this epigenetic layer will, we hope at some point we'll be able to create fast and accurately and with less risk a very personalized drug for you that doesn't exist for anyone else, that will have a specific effect on you, that also will connect to all the epigenetic factors that surround you. So, and we can also provide an actionable insight, what you have to do, what you have to change, maybe in your diet, in your agenda, even in your location, so this thing works. So we're coming to the challenges, right? So how do we do that? So basically now we're coming to the now popular term of omics. Oops, sorry. No. Shall skip this one. Okay. What we currently have is surprisingly a big access to existing databases. Most of this business is in US, around Boston. In Europe, a lot of research is done in Switzerland, and also they have the pleasure of having a lot of people going regularly to checks and have the the proper approach to collect the data. What we are now trying to basically utilize in terms of AI is the new concept of omics. So the omics are basically the new novel approach for analysis of complete genetic or molecular profiles of humans. And in contrast to genetics, which focuses on specific single genes, genomics focused on all genes. And the most important thing where we see the role of AI is their interrelationship. So this is basically the World Health Organization definition. Now, good luck understanding how it works. So basically, the example of different omics, we have the genomics. This is the study of the genes, the genetic landscape, as we said earlier, the hardware, the proteomics, the set of proteins produced by an organism, because this is what affects the expression of information in the genes, and phenomics, which is basically, phenomics is something quite important for us. This is the set of phenotypic traits, such as disease symptoms in patients, plus epigenetics omics, which is the now the study of the external factors that basically connect to all of those. Now, the thing is that suddenly, what the DNA was kind of finite research, right? It's done, it's clear. This is infinite. Plus, the more complexity you add, the more complicated it becomes to analyze the interrelationship. So integrating those different omics for a systematic, in-depth research is basically the challenge that we're facing now from IT perspective. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So right now, what we take for the analysis is the imputation of raw data. We're trying to find a way to eliminate noise and identify relevant features. This is exactly where Azure helps a lot. Okay. Okay. So again, one of the problems for analyzing such complex interrelationship is, which is now partially solved by cloud-based computing, where we start to see a lot of concerns. And well, this is something that while I was researching what Azure does on that, is we're trying to create for business purposes, because it seems like most of the data we can't put to the cloud, right? Because it's mostly about data privacy, security, and those are the biggest threats that we're facing. Plus authentication, authorization, access control. If we put something on the cloud is another challenge which we face when we try to combine the existing legislation with what we do, and which again is something that we basically rely on Microsoft to have it kind of done. Other challenges are infrastructure requirements. So basically, some of the sets can be in terabytes. So one of the biggest challenges right now is how to basically build a hybrid cloud, what we can keep internally, what we can keep externally. So this is one of the things that basically Azure is also trying to address, where you don't work with the data, you work with metadata, then you feed it back, and basically you can compute it locally in a way that you're not violating any specific laws. So what Microsoft is doing, Microsoft created a whole new environment called Microsoft Genomics. So this is why what we like about Microsoft is that don't need to be like a super seasoned IT developer or a super seasoned data scientist to be able to take all that and tackle that. So Microsoft is basically trying to create an easy way for you to upload any data, and not only compute it there in a secure way, but also connect to multiple other databases, connect to other communities, and basically process that. So big question now is like how to democratize it, right? How to make genomics data actionable by analyzing and interpreting this raw and quite often incompatible data, basically combining open source software, big data analytics, and machine learning services. So one of the things that we're basically looking at Microsoft to provide is, instead of trying to figure out our own data center, is how to take advantage of the high performance computing, Azure HPC, to basically find the proper combination of CPUs, GPUs that would basically require basically build the system that we require. So we need huge connectivity. This is another challenge, because some of the data sets we have to work on are really in the amount of terabytes. Okay, 5 terabytes, 10 terabytes, which is another storage problem. Another thing is how to work with our existing tools. We're building our existing platform, basically how to connect, and Microsoft is offering REST-based APIs So, and they're simple Python clients. So we can also take advantage of what they have without compromising our own IP. So one of the things that Microsoft has been doing a great job with the Microsoft Genomics is the so-called Genomics Data Lake. Basically provides, as I said, various public data sets you can integrate. They work with a lot of universities in this. So you can integrate your own genomic analysis workflow and applications for genome sequences, sample metadata. So there's a lot of experimentation you can do safely in the Microsoft Cloud without compromising and exposing your own data. So, what else? Yeah. So again, okay, right. No, this one. So again, one of the challenges that's mentioned is that we are basically meeting all the time the challenge of what is the proper set of hardware to optimize, like the cost controls. Plus, the problem is that trying to integrate more and more source of data, we need an end-to-end security, and this is something that Microsoft Cloud is able to provide. So I talked in previous lectures a lot about Azure Digital Twins, the IoT Hub. So basically, it's a way to connect all of those. For example, if we decide to add sensors, the IoT Hub, gives us an end-to-end security across all devices. If the sensors and the devices are attached to that. So for us, it's an easier way to build an experimentation before we fail and run out of money as a startup. So basically, for us, it's an easier way to experiment and pivot if we see that what we are trying to build doesn't go anywhere, and without running a lot of capital expense in expensive hardware. So basically, it can be done by subscription. Another potential advantage, which I like a lot, is of course simulation, the ability to monitor a system and make changes to it in silico, in the virtual world, before it goes into the physical one. Again, the more complexity you add to the system, the easier for it is to break. So, this is one of the kind of magical things for us that Azure brings to the table. So it basically self-calibrates itself without the need for us to worry about security, maintenance, and interoperability of different components. As mentioned, there are numerous challenges, right? So we kind of sense the advantages combining epigenetics with machine learning for assisting scientists in the diagnostic process. But again, we're now facing the challenge of huge data sets, right? 5 years ago, there was no data. Now suddenly there is a huge amount of data. So how do you tackle those large data sets that require a lot of cross-jurisdiction collaboration, and especially the compliance-wise, the prediction. The predictions you make are quite sensitive. So basically, as I mentioned, there is this racial bias because all the data we have, again, is for white people. So if we need to tackle something that, for example, spreads in sub-Saharan Africa, basically we run to the whole problem of artificial intelligence. It basically shows you what you want to see. So it's very easy to tackle, to trick it. Plus some of other challenges. Also trying to find those interconnections. I know some of you have been to my previous lectures where I talk about DNA methylation, what it is. The problem with DNA methylation that some of the associations are basically, not all of them are linear, right? So we have a big challenge of having basically incomparable data sets. So it's not only about cleaning the data, it's also trying to fill the data lake with stuff that basically have nothing to do with each other, and also trying to add more data. As mentioned, epigenetic data can benefit from temperature, climate, alcohol, and trying to make it work. So this is one of the last things. I think it was November when I talked about the AI builder. And on top, you need you can take advantage of basically Microsoft's Power BI tools to basically show that to the CEO or to the CFO in a way they understand. So that's the kind of challenges that we're facing. What else? Yeah. So I'll not go deeper into that. So those are the main challenges. So basically that concludes my presentation. As usual, we're actively looking for comrades in that field, interested. We're now sitting in a situation when we've managed to identify less than 100 startups in the world working on that. And the conclusive statement is that being empowered by Azure tools is one certain way to pivot or experiment in a way that was not possible 3 years ago. So yeah, this is our current field of interest. This is what I do outside of our usual business, which is software engineering and outsourcing services. So thank you. If there are any questions, you know where to find me. If you can't find me, find Michael Matev. For sure, you know where to find him. So, so I'm very happy to answer more questions or comments.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated, agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations. A scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services. A flexible API-based ecosystem. CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that You could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Thank you very much again for attending Global Azure Bulgaria 2022. It was a nice event, and without partners, without speakers, and without attendees, it was not possible to have this conference. We are going to organize several more events next month. In June, we have Data Saturday in Plovdiv. In July, we are organizing big JavaScript conference, BeerJS, in Sofia. In September, we have AI and IoT conference again in Sofia. And October and November, we have Data Saturday Sofia and JS Talks. So we will have many options to enjoy together and to have awesome content also for Azure. Thank you very much and see you next time.